Whoa. Back to the game. Yeah. Some audio. There we go. Yeah, now I can hear you. Okay, this is the track I was trying to go for last time. Yeah, and I tried to use this one. Well, time to continue. Not much pre-stream talk. And Punpan! Hello, Red. Punpan is back to driving cars. Just like Punpan was getting food. And you're just in time. Just 1 minute since the stream started. You haven't missed stuff, like it's been 8 seconds into the race. No worries. Whoop. Starting off with that routine. No licking. Give my dress back. It's a nice racing outfit, I guess. There we go. Okay. I have to... Oh, sports wear. That's a good one. Nice. Sporty sports wear. Someone's talking to me. You wanna cuddle Pun? Okay, so slightly worse acceleration, but I should be able to achieve higher top speed if these cars will move out of the way. Okay. Good thing I can restart. Yes. Sleep on Punpun's lair. That's a nice place to sleep. There we go. Smoothly passing those cars. And then going through here. Don't bump the wall. Can't. I definitely not got my warm up yet. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't mean to. There's some strange polygon there. I don't mean to drive outside the track either, but... Whoop. Drove slightly on the rock there. Quite a battle between these two. Okay, and then... The outside still not as good as like my first attempt today. But it still works. And getting past these, and I should do better in the get off the grass. Don't belong in the grass. Be slippery here. Also, how is this Monaco? I thought the place was very tiny and basically just a port, but maybe there's a lot of mountains. Oh, I'm not sure why I'm messing up so much today. Well, it works, it works. Why is the... I don't know why the stick is so sensitive. Maybe I can reduce the... maybe the steering is too aggressive. Would be easier with like a proper steering wheel. A racing wheel for as a controller. It'd be quite a while before I even pass those. And red car on we go. Now let's see if we can get this car. Okay. Could probably done that better. Doesn't matter how slow I go, I still manage to end up on the rocks there. When I go that slow, this other car managed to catch up. Maybe be careful there, just okay. The problem is that the stick is so sensitive. And it really doesn't help because I barely touch it. Wish I could change it so it's more logarithmic. So in the middle it does less movement as I move it in the middle, and that the further out I move it, the more it starts moving. As far as I know, there's no settings for that. There's only linear movement for sticks. I really wanted just that. Oh, Bunny Tummy, yes. I mean, you redeemed it. So there is a Bunny Tummy at the moment. I would guess it would be kind of nice to sleep on. The only chance I have is if the leading card crashes. But the leading card does sometimes, so... But it doesn't look like that's happening this race. I'm sure I'm not driving perfectly. I really need to adjust the steering and see. Okay, looks like the leading card crashed. No. Oh, there you go. Lost the race. Hey. I can set it to smooth there and shift. Will help. Nice and fluffy. Yes. Get out of the way, car. Maybe it does have to be. Yeah. I'm definitely doing better now. As I drive up on the cliff side, let's ignore that. Hey, tackle. Trading paint. Ah. I will eventually win this. I am getting better. I touch the grass and then I just fly off. Touching the grass and flying off into space. And this driver always coming up and annoying me. And tackling. Now the lead is really far away. The only chance I have now is if the lead crashes. Not so much if I defend them. Yeah, no chance this time. Okay, one more try. There we go. I didn't mean to do that, but... And I probably lost more on it. Uh, yeah. As I was in second place previous race in this location. No car in the way. They are driving really fast today. Whoa, that was close. No! Why did I lose all control of the car there? Steering is still really sensitive. I do wonder if there's a setting that can change it so a small movement results in an even smaller movement in the game. But a full movement is still a full movement. That would be a logarithmic input. Well, I mean, that helps, I guess. Now I just need to get catch up with the leading car. I mean, that wasn't too bad. I mean, it was bad, but it could have been worse. It's bad enough doubling the distance though, but... There's the leader. Now I just need the leader to do a mistake of some sort. Whoops, I made a mistake. Yeah, that was a massive mistake. I feel like it doesn't matter how much I slow down. I just can't. I can never do that corner, but the computer is flying through the corner. The computer is cheating. There's something obvious I'm missing. What? I didn't even know. Okay, seriously, I really dislike the steering. I don't know why the steering is behaving like that, because I feel like it hasn't behaved like this yesterday. Or for some reason I could play the game yesterday and I struggle with it now. Is there a way to adjust the... Because I really want... No, I can just only set the binding. Analog dead zone, analog sensitivity. I could reduce the sensitivity. Um, but that doesn't really change the. At least might help a bit, but it still doesn't do the. Why doesn't? I mean, it does help a bit. Definitely does help a bit. They really should have a graph where you can set the logarithmic scale of it. If you work with like curves in Photoshop or something. Okay, it is less sensitive, or at least I think it's less sensitive. This is still very sensitive, but it's less. Come on, why was that necessary? So at least now I can make finer adjustments. This is actually not. I had actually issue with a lot of racing games. I wish that the quicker you were driving, the less sensitive the steering was, so I can just push the stick a little to the side. Because if I'm going 200, I don't want to do like a full. Like I fully understand that if you're standing still or driving like 30, 50 maybe even, if you push the stick furthest to the left or right, that's the full movement of the steering wheel left and right. That makes perfect sense. But if I'm doing 200 and pushing the stick left or right, I don't want the full stick movement to the left or right to be the full steering to the left or right. Because I would not steer the car like that, because it would not make sense at that speed. So the faster I go, the less a maximum steering it should be. It could be a setting in the game, of course. Not everyone might want that. They might be insert our comment. Insert joke comment. There might be people who want to I actually don't know how to express that. To do stupid movements. To like, yeah. It wasn't. Also, did the underwear work? I didn't even pay attention to it. I'm trying to. I wonder who would want to do that. Someone who doesn't know how to race. I mean, okay, in some situations you might want to do that, but at least add like a modify button or something to it in that case. It would be neat. But I understand the software wouldn't be able to do that. For it to determine how quick the car is driving and adjust the sensitivity of the stick automatically based on it. Because as of now, the car's just turning too much, it's losing the grip. Someone might argue that, well, that's part of the skill. But it's so extremely sensitive. I barely moved. To do these turns, I'm barely moving the stick. I'm barely using the full range of the stick, and it's such a waste of precision. I just have to be so careful when turning. And it's so annoying. But I still, I mean, I guess I could lower the sensitivity, but I still need like the full full turn for that corner in the tunnel. Barely moved the stick when turning too much. Now it's back to complaining, but doesn't... I actually don't know how often that is. In that case, I need like a third-party software I can put the controller input into that takes the stick position and converts it to a logarithmic input and then outputs it. Not an unnecessary step. The thing I had to mess around with for... Oh wait! Actually, Steam might have that. Oh, no, I crashed. I don't know, but I bet whoever would wanna do that must be really cool. No. I don't know what you're talking about at the moment. All I'm saying is that at least the thing I'm saying is just that the amount you move with using the stick should reduce as quicker you go. Whoever wants to disable that would not be a cool person. Because you're not going to win the race doing that. You're going to lose precision and you're just going to lose the grip and you're just going to go slower. Basically what I'm doing at the moment. Because I just can't... I just want to define movements. Yeah, you just want to follow this curve finally, but because it's slightly I touch the stick, it does these massive movements and then I just drive into the side of a wall, and this is why I'm losing this race. Seriously, I can't do this. I'm concentrating more of the game to do better here, but this is so terrible. So terrible. It's so bad. I don't understand. Oh yeah, I see it. Because the oh no, this is even more terrible. Yeah, because it doesn't have okay, this is horrible. Okay, so I cannot I wanted to like lower the analog sensitivity so I could get less sensitivity, like more accuracy from the stick. But if I do that, it also reduces the range of the accelerator, so I can't do full acceleration anymore. I wanted to do like 50%, so I can only do a maximum 50% steering, which obviously results in me being able to steer 50% of the maximum turning. But it would make the steering twice as accurate, which is what I want. But it makes the acceleration to be half as efficient, and that's not going to make me win the race. Yeah, way too sensitive steering here. Is there now? Why can't I set the sensitivity and dead zone for every stick? Back in my day when I played emulators, when emulators were terrible, you had full control over the settings of like controller inputs. You could set dead zone and stuff, and you could set how the input should be logarithmic or not, and you could adjust A lot of bunch of interesting stuff. But then as emulation grew, they tried to simplify things like, oh, if you're using an X input, like an Xbox controller, you don't have to do any settings. You just plug it in and just run. Okay, but I want to use the triggers for acceleration, therefore the triggers has to be mapped to the right stick instead of actually the L2 and R2, because I want to have the actual modern racing controls. So I'm not allowed to do that anymore. At least this one I can adjust the controls freely. But yeah. Welcome to Confirm Complaints about software. I only complain about software. I'll be right. I'm back. Welcome back. I only complain about software when software is terrible. I mean, I understand there's a lot of programming and stuff. So I understand. And do you still... but at the same time, it doesn't feel like it will be too much to program to allow you to set the sensitivity and dead zone of every analog axis individually. I mean, sure, there will be more settings, but I don't feel like it would be hard to program individual settings instead of a global settings for every analog axis. XI axis. Rat face move. Hello, Rimian. He found the star. And pushed off the track. I'm not... Wow, streaming early today. I'm not sure if this is early streaming. I mean, I usually started 14, started 16, started today. I'm just trying to win this race, but I'm currently it's the same thing when I was playing like Iron Fish. I was so annoyed by the controls, camera controls, until I realized I could. Do I really need to? Because in Steam I can adjust a lot of settings when it comes to controls. Do I really need to use Steam input through the emulator? That's so ridiculous. Probably what I have to do at this point, just to play this game. And let's see. I don't, cause so this is the dock station emulator. Well, Erlen, I've seen you stream in a while, yeah, because I'm not back at my regular schedule. I think the earliest stream I've done is 10. Whee! So yeah, so I'm using dock station, which I've seen some recommendations for. And it does seem to emulate the best per amount of performance it uses, which is great. For some reason everything has to be on dock. Whee! I didn't know that was possible to do. What's my time? But it doesn't seem to be any way to contact the dock station team. There's no there's a yeah, I don't know, how would you even report issues? I mean, sure, not that they probably want a bunch of feature requests anyway. It would be a feature request. Let me adjust the analog stick sensitivity and each axis individually, and also allow me to set logarithmic input instead of linear input. That's basically my two requests. Sally, I can stay and watch. I really just dropped by. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have work and stuff. But I wake up in about 4 hours. Yeah, you really need to sleep more. For your own sake. Everybody just moves past me. I had to get complaining after my system. Only 3 more weeks, maybe that money while... Wait. Only 3 more weeks. Make that money while the books are open and the checks are blank. Those are expressions, I don't know them. Hey, Arimian. Oh, scrape the pillar. Here we go. Okay, I'm doing better now. No thanks to me. I don't think that actually would be like a steering wheel for the like steering wheel gaming controller, basically. That definitely would help me. New leprechaun. Yeah, it was pretty quick, I think. No. Of course, the computer just was driving really slowly for some reason, and then I was in the way, and I couldn't react quick enough, and I lost the whole race due to that because the computer just got away from the whole thing because I bumped the computer away. And of course, and then those computers bumped me, and I lose the grip while they're just driving away. Yes, no problem. And I'm losing voice. I really don't not sure how they speed through that corner so quickly. No, but blackjack by the means they're not really concerned about how many hours you're getting. Really, the 12-hour limit is set by my boss to make sure we get some rest. Okay. Yeah, definitely not. No, I'm not familiar with that expression. Okay. What's so frustrating trying to do this? It's just how terrible the controls are. And some games just have bad controls. Like Return Fire had a bad button layout, so I changed it. Made it back. Other than that, the controls weren't that bad. The only issue I had was that the helicopter did not have like move the either you pressed up and the helicopter moved forward in the direction it was facing, or you pressed up and the helicopter rotated up and then moved up. There was no mode for pressing up and the helicopter strafes up regardless of which direction it's facing. That's the input method I wanted, but the game did not give me it. I just had to deal with whatever it gave me. Oh no, my clothes. Steve. I am exposed. Don't look at me. Yes, cover your eyes. Ah, must watch for his back. No! Don't look at me with those big eyes. Look at bunny belly, okay. Yes, you can look there, I guess. My clothes is back, so it's okay now. When I finally complete this level, I will have fun. What to do? And straight into that. Ooh. This is really pushing my gaming skill. I might have commented on that before, but it really feels like if you bump a computer player from behind or something, it feels like the computer's slowing down. It's like not what you're supposed to do if you're trying to win a race. You should go forward at higher speed. Oh no, someone's bumping me. Let's stop the car in the middle of the race. It might just be me not realizing what's going on, but it really feels like it. Bumping others from behind. Ooh. What a rude tackling that was. You wanna bump me from behind? Yes. No. Of course. It's like almost every interaction with the computer is me losing out on it. Losing. The outcome is I lose. Get out of the way, car. Car. Get to pet the fluffy bunny tail? Yes. Bump the bunny tail. Squish it. Bump. Lick it. It is an interesting looking bunny thing. Yeah, so for the 3D model, the tail will be made, but it will basically not show up unless you see Fun from the side or something. Redeemed to have Fun do a turnaround, a rotation. I will see. Maybe I can get. I have a friend who is an experienced artist who might be able to make one of those turnarounds. I think I don't know if that's what it's called. Front view, side view, back view. My Fun character as a guide for making the 3D model. And then I have another friend who knows people who would be able to do a 3D model for payment, of course, but second place, I wasn't even paying attention. Get to pet the fluffy bunny tail. Well, guess I'll take one for the team and you can put the okay, that's a good idea. Twitch has considered adding more bit emotes. I really think there should be like a 500. It should be 1 bit, 100 bit, 500 bit. There's already 1,000, and then like I think there should be, and then it's 5,000. I think there should be 2,500 and 7,500. So these climbing steps are shorter and closer together, encouraging people to donate more. Hey, where did he park? And then I can add, because the bit emotes are my emotes that are kind of random. That there aren't expressions. So I can put, for example, bunny paws, fun paws, and bunny tail. Anyway, I gave us stalling. Yes, you should go to bed. But I should go to bed now. Good night again. Good night. And I keep messing up. And I'm talking about all kinds of stuff at the moment. The model, emotes. Because I don't see the need for. Plus, if adding more steps in bit emotes, which I said could encourage people to climb the rankings more, because it's closer to each bit emote. That would, because when I suggested expanding the options for types of redeems, someone said that, well, this isn't going to make Twitch any money, so they aren't going to prioritize adding such a feature. And that's fair. Twitch is a company all about making money. But if they do add more steps for bit emotes, oh, Dress is back. That isn't going to directly make them money, of course, but if it encourages people to donate, come on, get out of the way. I'm trying to win the race here. Yeah, it's terrible. If it encourages people to, I should clear out the redeem queue here. To donate more bits, that is going to make Twitch more money. It's also going to make the Twitch streamers more money. So they might be on board of this idea as well. Oh. Because I really do want to make a paw emote and a tail emote. And another idea that could also make Twitch money is being able to hand bits over to a user. Instead of actually... because currently you can donate bits to a streamer. That it's taking bits and converting it to money for that streamer and spending the bits. But I was thinking just handing over bits to another viewer. It's not spending the bits, it's not making the streamer money, it's not giving you any form of reward, but that other user can then use the bits in its intended way. Because some viewers just don't have the option to get bits. But in this way, another user could purchase bits and then donate it to a bunch of people. Which would also be a way for Twitch to make money. And combine these two. Okay, finally first place. Whoa! I've been in first place before, not today though, but yesterday. Let's see if I can keep it. Oh, perfect ads. I guess. And also thank Twitch for letting me know that ads were upcoming. Twitch did not tell me ads were upcoming. It's supposed to tell me 20 minutes ahead of time that ads are coming. It did not. I think it just speeds past me like nothing. And then it just stops there for no reason. Oh, someone is stuck. Too bad it wasn't the leading car. $100 ahead. 150. $150. Well, I'm losing all speed. Okay, now it's... Let's see if I can do this. Car is coming. And then use full speed to go here. Whoa, I did it! I won! But during ads. Sadly, for... That's like 2 viewers at the moment. Yeah, no, it's on the red or something. Well, we got red there. No, my clothes! My dress, is this your form of celebration for that I won? What kind of rude celebration is this? I think I stick with this scar for now. My name was mentioned? Yes, it says there's 2 viewers, so I assumed it was Red and Janetto. And it seems like I'm correct. And my clothes were stolen. Oh, my dress is back. Good. Now I don't have to show off the secret pink. That sounds naughty. Swimsuit, it's purple and nice. Okay, let's see how this track is like. This feels more like Monaco. But it's on reverse. Probably because of the thick fog. So it's still the same track. But it's probably because of the thick fog I can see the massive mountains. I really need to go and look at Monaco again. Because all I know about Monaco is the port here. But that's the only thing I know about it. Get sharp turn here. This is a new part of the track. Is that hole in the ground? Okay. Whoa. Honestly, I don't remember the... I mean, I remember these panels, but I don't remember them being... They had pillars in the middle. So they have covered up... Yeah. That at that point they had... they had the fence between the pillars. That makes sense. Not sure why they didn't do that in another place. Whoa, whoa. Port position. Running up like this. Oh, this is going terrible. Yeah, and in other news, I did report because the Twitch category for C2 racing was gone yesterday, and I assume it's still gone. Because it's not a thing that updates very quickly. Twitch categories are based on IGDB, which is a whole interesting thing. IGDB, possibly based on IMDb, both owned by Amazon, and Amazon is also owning Twitch. So IGDB being the internet gaming database tracks all the games and has no, I'm really not sure why. There's a lot of questions I have about that database. That is kind of weird. Anyway, they decided somewhere back in May, I think, so it was quite a while ago, but it's not like I'm checking every game how they're doing. They merged CC Racing with the North American modified version of the game, the TNN Hardcore Super Sport TR. Motorsport, not Supersport. Really, really interesting name of the game. So someone decided to merge those two. So I reported it and said that they should not be merged because they are different. It's not much of a difference. I probably mentioned it before. All cars are replaced with what the game calls truck. Every reference to car has been replaced with either the term truck or a 4x4. All trucks have different names from their... because the cars in CC Racing are real cars, like they have real names. How accurate they are made, that I don't know. Nice. But the trucks have like random names. One is called like Mudslinger. Even if Mudslinger is a real brand of car, it really should say make and model, but it just says Mudslinger, which makes me think it's just a made up name. Made up car for the game. Okay. And then the tracks, instead of being different locations around the world, are different locations in the United States. Which I find a bit silly, but... and almost every background has put the US flag on it, because why not? You say, fuck yeah. It's all about you. I mean, it is... TNN Hardcore is a franchise. Actually, I think it's... yeah, it's a franchise. An existing franchise that had 2 games prior to the port of C3 Racing. So if it's a franchise about the United States, it makes sense. Even though it's comes up weird. So they have made modifications on the tracks. I mean, this is going to take forever. Now I'm just reminded of a game called Helldivers or Helldrivers. I'm up for ideas. Maybe I shouldn't be up for ideas from YouTube. No, just kidding. So they made modifications to the tracks, such as if the track Africa, Helldivers, okay. The track from Africa, which has been themed for Africa, of course, with African trees. Stereotypical African trees. That track has been modified to first it's said to be Arizona, and then they have removed all the trees and bushes. And then they like slightly changed the texture color of stuff, so the tint is a bit different of stuff. But that's it. It's still the same track. We stopped on co-op shooter. Oh, doing co-op can be a bit tricky though. With friendly fire. Ooh. Yeah, you better play with someone who actually wants to win it together with you. I don't mind friendly fire, but you actually have to play with serious people if you have friendly fire on. It adds a bit of challenge. American exceptionalism and patriotism in all his glory. Yeah, sometimes it can be a bit too much, but in this case it was like oh come on, I always fail at that. I had to slow down. In this case it was an existing franchise. I can give it a pass on that. But if they did like see through the racing but the North American release of it and call it like hardcore racing, just because hardcore sounds better. And then and then changed all locations to United States. In that case, that would just be, I would say, bad taste. It's also the same version of the game that is released in Canada, so no love for Canada. Fair enough. Yeah. And also, another change they did was remove all other languages. Like, that's a thing I commented on before. I don't understand. Like, one way I do understand. I understand that because what they do is they make the game in North America or Japan, sell it there, and if it sells good enough, they export it. So, for example, if it's a Japanese game, they make it Japan. If it sells well enough in Japan, they produce an English version of it and release it in North America. And if it sells well enough there, then they make a translation of it to the other languages, only French, Spanish, German, and Italian, basically. Sometimes Dutch, and Portuguese, and then they release that in Europe. So in that case, I understand there is no other language option in the North American version because they're just testing the market. But if it's like a franchise like, say, Spyro the Dragon, Crash Bandicoot, that they are investing a lot of time into. I mean, maybe they didn't expect it to sell well in Europe, I don't know. Like, if they're planning on releasing it in Europe anyway, and planning on not adding these translations anyway, there we go. I did it. Why not translate it immediately? Because there are Spanish and French speakers in North America. They will reach a wider audience. Especially with a game like Spyro, where you have a lot of spoken dialogue, giving me hints. Terrible hints, but still hints. But for the case of C3 Racing, where they removed the language option for the North American release, that's even more bizarre. You already had it translate. I mean, sure, the translation said car, not truck. And the translation of the locations were... Did they do translation of the locations? I mean, they could just let the original English name for the different... Because it's just the different US states. I think it's fine to keep them if they don't bother translating from English. Like, I don't think that would be a big of an issue. Yeah. So anyway, back to my original point. I reported it saying that it really should be split. I did compare it to Super Mario Bros. 2 because it's really very similar to Super Mario Bros. 2. CC Racing and Doki Doki Panic, which is usually shortened as, were both single individual games with no ongoing franchise, no prior game, no sequels, nothing. It's just a single game, which was then ported over to North America in both cases, with to be part of an ongoing franchise of multiple games with a new title and rebranding, replacing the playable characters, I guess, in this case they are the cars, with completely new designs and crashed on nothing, and modifying the levels slightly, because the levels are apparently modified in Super Mario Bros. 2. Yeah, there are some gameplay differences. I think the car stats are different. I mean, the truck stats are different from the cars. And one gameplay difference is that in CC Racing, which has happened to me a few times, is that if you fall into water, it's game over. You have to restart the race if it's this arcade mode I'm doing, or it's just last place if it's championship. Oh. But in the North American release, falling into water is just like crashing. Your car's reset. There's it again, there's his back. What? That's a gameplay difference. You still have the option to switch between miles per hour or kilometer per hour, which is the same as in CC Racing. But the measurement at the top, which is kilometers at the moment, which is measuring in steps of 100 meters, by the way, because of 1 decimal place. That is has been changed for miles, but only written as a single M, not MI as it's usually written as, for some reason. But they have not converted the value, so it's actually still metric. No, my dress. How dare you redeem an outfit and the different outfits coming back when the outfits come back. Why did you do this to me? Don't you see how cold it is with all the fog and rain? I'm going to get cold not having my dress on. So yeah, and then switch is coming back on the way it's done. Ta-da! When half the way is done. Oh, when you finally stop looking at my anime. Yeah. Nah, there isn't even snow. Okay, fair enough. And I am a snow bunny. Well, so when they are split up, I'm planning on if they can undo the changes or like restore. There we go. It's nice. I think that was pretty nice moving there. Now I just need to replicate it 2 more times. Wait, are you breaking? Move out of my way. Anyway, I will add the screenshots from the 2 games, so it's clear that they are quite different from each other. But only 5 more races and then I'm done with this game. Obviously, this is one of them. Would bother otherwise. Okay, time to see if I can do that maneuver. No, it's not yet. It's next. Soon. It's over here, yes. So let's see if I can do this other thing again. There we go. But even though I did that rather quickly, it was still slower than the red car. New lap record. Something with the car. Maybe I should try the other car. I don't know. How far ahead is the leader? Let's see if I can pass the red car and see. This is like 1.5 kilometers. Like, oh no. Oh no. Whoop. Well, I guess I'm not passing the red car now. Apparently you can skip over the fence. Quite interesting that it isn't an invisible wall there. But it's... Oh no, I'm getting past by the yellow car. I will never know how far ahead the leading car was. I'll still finish the race so I can get some more practice into the track. Oh yeah, now I'm really messing up. Boom. Oh no, heart fell fish. Not a very safe ending of that track. I reached the goal, but at what cost? Fun. Okay, one more try, but I'll try the new car. Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5. That's quite the... Or is it a Lanza? Okay. Let's see how this goes. And then I will adjust the settings as I race. Starting off terribly. I'm touching the edge of the road and then I start going off. Come on! What is this? What is this? What am I doing? I'm driving more on the rocks than the asphalt, which I guess is rocks. Whoa, this car is even more sensitive, even though I reduced the steering, or made the steering smoother than instead of aggressive. Dilly bunny driving back. I mean, the car turned around, so I took my opportunity to reverse the car. To do like a J-turn. don't know if it's called a cheat code. Oh, I mean it worked. The yellow car kind of ruined it, but it worked. Okay, I should be able to do this. We're not that far behind the leader. And I am catching up. Who knows, maybe I can win this race. Switching car might have been a good idea. Okay, getting a bit of lift off was not a good idea. That prevented me from accelerating. Now I'm loose. Losing the leader. Leader's getting away. Always saying losing distance, but that is exactly what I want. I've lost distance to the leader. Till I am the leader. Oh. I mean, I got through it. Wasn't exactly how I planned on going through it, but still need to get used to the track. Yeah, but the leader got too far away. It was like last lap. I'm not going to win at that point. Get out of my way. Hey, enough pushing. Okay, I'm definitely doing better now. And costing too much in that corner as you should. Two. Okay, leader's not that far ahead. Then I just need to get through this segment here. Like that. Nice. Now I am catching up. Oh, I thought I was going to go over this stone now. Got a bit scared. There's the leader. I saw the leader. Okay, I'm catching up. I'm always bumping in at the back of the leading car. I almost managed to do that. I don't want to do it, but I always managed to do it. I'm getting too excited at passing the leading car. I should ram right into its behind. nose first, right in it, but while all the cars, I just try my best to go around. Yeah, don't cut that corner too much. I want another lift off. Just need to catch up with the leader again. And actually pass the leader this time. Just slowing down. Again. Same thing again. I bumped back of the car. Drove up on the side of the mountain. But this time I really tried to go around, but it didn't work out for me. Hey, at least I keep the lead at the moment. Oh, I got bumped. Whoa! I did it! I did it! I won the race! I'm getting better at this. No thanks to the king, but I'm getting better at it. Oh, a new car. Nissan Skyline. Let me stick with this car for now. Again, that's the first 2 times. 2 races out of 6 completed. That means that... Oh, it's night. Nice. Night. So this is like a combination of 1 and 2 then. What part of the track is this? Is it a completely new track? Whoa. I'm confused by this track. I'm not sure if I should have the first playthrough on this on as a tag, because it's technically not the first playthrough of the game. I mean, it's first complete playthrough. I've never actually done this specific race. I've never done in my life, I think. Oh. Lights. They put up street lights. Ah, okay. Time to go off. Oh, there's a whole city now. Where did this city come from? It wasn't here before. I mean, I know I took like a side road, but I don't remember any buildings. There was a big mountain here before. Now the mountain is replaced. Oh, here's the mountain again. And there's like a lighthouse over there. There's an actual civilization now. New life record. I don't see anything. Oh. Drive, car, drive. Probably I don't. Oh, this light actually helps me a lot on this track actually. So I will do this lighting. And obviously, if you're facing a rock wall with your high beams on, you don't see anything, because that's how it works, right? But not sure why it doesn't show. No, it's further closest. And then there's that. Why is the leader so far away? I'm in second place. Complete the race because okay, this does happen. I wish I could have both lights on at the same time, but oh well. It is what it is. Probably is the PlayStation being limited of how much light it can show. Even though the light's like faked, I think. I think it's just the it has like a in that case it shouldn't really be a limitation of how much light it can show. Because I think it does is that it has some kind of when it shows a polygon, it can be a single color or have texture on it. I'm not getting even closer to the lead. And then you can also apply like a add subtract or something to simulate light like this. So every polygon has full subtract in color until it's supposed to be lit up by the headlights of the car, and then it increases in value. Or rather, decreasing the subtract is zero subtraction. That gives the effect of headlights. There was no back. Because you're going to car select anyway, so you're really not sure what car select and why it defaults to car select even. I'm a silly bunny. The further away light does help. I'll keep using it. It's definitely more useful in this track than some other tracks. And this and then also and there was Need for Speed, which also had this kind of high beam option, which was really bad. Alright, this is your third position. I was hoping it was second position. Anyway, the second place is right up ahead. But I was going slow through that tunnel. The dark light plays tricks on me. No? Go out of the way. I'm trying to. Come on. Why is that car constantly in the way? Okay, you can actually bump those lights. I wasn't sure if they had collision. Of course they had collision. Well, back to constantly restarting. I mean, if it goes really terrible at the start, what's the point of continuing if I have an unlimited number of restarts? Let me back on the track. There we go. Oh, almost. That would be so nice if it actually worked. If it flipped me around and landed on all four, that would be quite a shortcut. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to replicate it every lap. Oh, there's reset button, by the way. Why did the car have to flip around, like spin around and face the wrong way? Let's see if I can do this better. There we go. There we go. That was much better. Yeah, I think what tricks me with the tunnel is because I use the shadow of the tunnel to determine where to brake. The tunnel does not have a shadow. Because its headlights are shining. That's an interesting detail to take into consideration. There we go. Yeah, the leader is not too far away. Okay, new lap record. No, too early. I never seen this going wrong. I basically have to drive as good as I did on the previous two tracks, but to eat while it's night. Trying a bit too much for the game. I'm only human. Wait, I'm a rabbit. I'm only a rabbit. Can't ask me for so much. Driving on the side of the mountain. Remember the camera angle. It does not remember the light, but it resets what camera I've chosen to face, which is kind of annoying. Go. The bad start. Bonk. No. Come on. What? And the computer got away with that. Oh, and then I tried a phone. Here we go. Do not like how I'm still in third. I have done better before. Here we go. Now second. Leader is not too far away. Just need to not drive too terrible. Go, I did not drive into this pole that time. I meant to say not drive into that pole this time, but accurate English is not important now. So you can tell me by that English usage. Basically, I have to get a record to win this race. Oh, I see the leader. I finally see the leader. For a very, very short time. Here I come. No. Oh. How did I lose so much? Totally there. I thought it was going well. I mean, of course, the crash made me lose some, but apparently not. I tried to look at the distance right as I crashed, before the car was speeding away. I guess I didn't lose much on it. I just lost a lot before that. Or it did increase, and I wasn't looking up quickly enough. No! Yeah. I mean, I wasn't that great, but touch a bit of side road, run straight into the barrier, and then the car was on its side. Not sure that's how it works, but the physics in this game is a bit weird. So, I'm not the best so far, but hopefully I can catch up to... There we go, there's the second place. Always the yellow car. There we go. Whoa. Nice. Not exactly there. Lead is not that far away, which is good. We'll have a chance now. Not like this segment. It's so big and open. Bonk. Can't drive, boy. Stand still, car. Just, just press the accelerator and get going. I think the drive was a bit dazed from that collision. Yeah, I keep losing. Like, I know I crashed before, but why am I still losing distance to this? Really am not good at driving through that tunnel, am I? Okay, back to the finish line. Let's see the distance. 350. 450. It's 550. 650. Yeah, I'm losing. My only chance right now is if the leader crashes. Yeah, the leader crossed the finish line there. Yeah, the only chance I have now is that the leader crashes and I pass the leader by ease. Yeah. Well, I wanted to, but I went. Who knows? Kinda forgot about that corner. Oh. Well, I guess that worked. But fourth position in this location, I'm doing worse and worse, and now I'm becoming fifth position as that car is speeding past me. That was probably the worst. I'd say for every time I've started though. That was the worst, being the worst. The worst one I committed to, that makes sense. Like, the car bumped me and I lost speed. Maybe it makes sense. Nice. And of course, the red car respawns onto the road ahead of me. What a cheater. Although I do have a suspicion that's intentional design, not as meant as a cheat, but in case the computer for some reason gets stuck or crashes or something, is therefore reset a bit further ahead of the track so it doesn't get stuck at the same location again. But it gets a bit awkward when you crash together with the car. That means that the computer crashed together with the computer. So what I meant. That means that the computer resets ahead of you compared to where you reset. And I think that's not too uncommon in games. Okay, I need to catch up with that leading computer. That was pretty neat. I still lost people on it, but it's still slower than the leading computer, but it's pretty neat. Looks like I think that was the fastest I've... Oh, and then I messed up there. I think that was the fastest I've gone through that tunnel. I still lost 200 meters. As usual. So, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. It doesn't matter how quickly I go through that tunnel, I always lose 200 meters to the leader. Like, yeah, the leader managed to get 200 meters ahead of me. Yep. Oh. More ads without letting me know in advance. Thank you, Twitch. No. I'm so lost control there. Maybe I should switch car again. Now I'm doing so bad. So bad. Well, I got the fastest lap at least. Okay, let's see. Let's try this car then. And also, that's a day picture and it's night. I don't understand the pictures. Pictures are weird. Okay, let's see how this goes. Okay, that was a nice bump. Let's see. That bump did help me. Answer over. Whoa. He didn't tell me I was going to play. Perfect. Good sense. Why is Twitch? Twitch is supposed to tell me, but it just doesn't. So I can prepare. Yellow car is not the second car. Because I'm the yellow car. Oh, I lost that impression. I'm not sure if the game uses duplicate cars or not. The leading car is the blue car, I think. I've only seen a glimpse of the car. Didn't exactly know what tell what car it was. I saw it in the distance. As bad as it's been made this race. Hey. Oh, annoying. The car pushed me off and then that car is, of course, still ahead of me, so I still have to pass the car and then, well, who knows how that interaction is going to. I bumped the side of here, lost on my speed. Far ahead is leading now. That's far ahead. Why is there such a difference between the second? First and second cars. The leader is so much better than all other races. I just want to complete this game so I can feel satisfied. So I can finally complete this childhood game. I'm pumped. Well, oh, I'm pumped in killer anyway. Oh, there we go. Now I just need to pass the second place car. Then I'll get revealed how far ahead the leader is, which is probably going to be our bounty edge at the starting line. Losing everything. They don't make it easy. So That's a nice drone shot with the other drivers. Like, like I'm getting bumped by a vehicle and then I got to go flying. I mean, obviously I went flying because I went up the side of the road, but I was strongly, powerfully pushed to the side by that vehicle. That's totally how it's expressed, like. Strongly, powerfully. Fourth place is terrible. I remember when I was in second position. Like after the start here, I got in second position, just chased the first player, first driver. Yeah, I want to get back to that. And went off the track. And last place. Can I increase the acceleration a bit more? Well, yeah, I am performing worse and worse for every attempt. There's not happening, getting bumped by the other car drivers. Oh, second place car is great. Escape the tunnel. It's like the second place car is faster than like if I go back to the other car. Which I guess is the car that is replacing the yellow car. Somehow it went better. Obviously, the further to the left the car is doesn't necessarily mean it's better. In general, it is, but yeah, it definitely goes better with this car. I'm definitely closer to second place. Second place here. Portero girl found a star. What? I I bumped the yellow car straight into the pillar and then I mean sure then I brought hey, why did you steal my dress? Red. And don't you come here and be blushing. You're the one who stole the dress. how how dare you? Now it's all now you're smirking. Thief. Say now I have a swimsuit instead. Licking the swimsuit. Oh you. Swimsuits still have an interesting texture to them. A lickable texture. And for the pun for the plushie, I do want her to come with a swimsuit. That's a sign of the swimsuit. And it should be an actual swimsuit texture, like the actual swimsuit material. I can win this right now. Oh, right the side of the barrier there. Being a winning. Well, I am catching up now. Thank you. The say has a scraping the side of the mountain cliff side there. All this open road, and I feel like saying scraping the car. Nice. And as far as I know, there's no damage in this game. There's only visual damage, but no, it doesn't affect the performance of the car. Crash as much as I want. Yeah, obviously, I'm not trying to, but quite a difficult lead to catch up with. Like this, the distance still doubles after I pass through that time. And then I'm messing everything up. I'm not too far. We're not too far from winning this race. It's just that I just can't catch the lead. So the only thing I can hope for is that the lead crashes. Like, as soon as I bump them, they start braking. We're supposed to go forward. It's a race. Like everyone is against me. Like, oh, you bumping me? You want to go quicker? Let me brake and slow you down. It's like people road racing in traffic. They're in such a hurry, try to weave through traffic, and get annoyed that you're in the way. Then they manage to get around you, and then they start going in front of you and start braking to slow you down. Like, weren't you in a hurry? Why do you have time to slow me down? No, I never had that happen in real life. Seen it on video. And the question in comments is always like, if the car is in such a hurry, why do they have time to do this kind of stuff? I'm asking cars in this game the same, like, we are a race here, why are you braking in the middle of a, just because I touched the backside of a car, you don't need to brake. Sure, you slow me down, but you slow yourself down as well. That's not the way to win a race. Okay, am I catching up? Okay, yeah. Bonk. Okay, that wasn't too terrible. And if I just do this next section well enough. Oh, I did so well, and then I bumped. And I bumped. Whoa, what happened there? Just random crash all of a sudden. Whoa. And I see. I can't confirm that the sparks there in the distance were my car scraping on the ground. If it was, I was reset very far back. Which, like, that's a bit unfair, I think. It could be a car up ahead that was scraping something as well, so I can't confirm for sure. Because the level is so dark, I can't really confirm. Why does bumping a car make me spin? But the computer just continues forward like nothing. Maybe my car is much lighter than that car's. 24 races left and then I'm done playing. That was an interesting way of dealing with it. I hope, like, Monaco is the harder, like harder than Norway, which is the other one I have to do. And then I have the easier track to do then after this. So after doing those, the remaining 3 tracks are these. Let's see. By the way, I will have unlocked 3 more cars, so... Let's see. No. Come on, get off the cliffside. Still have a chance here. Whoa. Don't have much control there. Alright, that didn't go as well as before. I've done that much better. Don't know I'm doing why I'm keep doing that now. But like I've done that every race now. Must keep more 3 left. But I'm driving me. No! Don't steal my clothes. Red! I need my clothes. How dare you? I'm getting distracted due to lack of clothes. Soon sit back. I'm sure you love it. I guess there was some heart there too. The secret heart. You steal my clothes because you love me. Okay, then is the segment with the pass and then going through the town. Oh no! did not do that good. I bumped the side. And then I bumped another side. For reason I didn't lose much of that. Okay, now it jumps up in distance. Sure, that's what I'll say here. No other reason. Yes, the silly prank. Get pranked, fun fun, now you're in your underwear. How silly. Yeah, the only thing I can hope for is that the leading car crashes and then I can win the race. So I'm not good enough to win the race on my own. The leading car can crash whenever or not crash at all. So... Not sports bike. Now you get bunny tummy without looking at my underwear. No, that wasn't perfect. Not perfect cornering, but it worked. There we go. Like I was still in third place. Wow. There's one cart pass. Okay. Twice as far from the leader than I usually am. Why am I so bad at taking that corner now? I was so good at it before, I was just sliding through that corner. I was not hitting the... That's really not a very good way of taking that corner because I lose all speed. Well, I said, I can only wish for the car ahead to crash. My only opportunity to win. I crashed. That's what I need the leader to do. Just bump the pillar or something. It has happened. Okay, that time the computer flew off the track as well. Yes, I think I get better at finding the correct. Oh, and then I got pushed off the track. How much probably vegan diamonds? Because I'm still in 4th place. But my goal is to be 2nd place in that position, in that location. After that amount. Here we go. 3rd position. It's better. Perfect. Yep, too tight cornering there. It's the 2nd place car. Well, not the greatest cornering, but I felt kind of forced to do that due to the position of the other racing. But at least I got ahead of it, so so I can focus on catching up to the leader. Bonk. Okay, too much speed. I think that's where I really need to improve. And also not getting stuck on the side of the tunnel there. That would also help a lot. Yeah. I completely forgot how I took that corner. I have to make a decision really quickly. And I'm not taking the right decision. PRPP. Wait, what is that? PR. Pro Racer Pompon. Okay, that's what it stands for. I'm not do that Pro Racer. Pro Racer PP. Whips. Whips. I got head put for a little bit. Back soon. I should be out of foot. I got head out for a little bit. Be back soon. Okay, friends. Have a good out heading. Well, I'm not having such good luck with this game. Okay, the lead is not that far ahead. Dramatically following. Let's see if I can do this. 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's what I wanted. Now I got it. The problem was that they did it up at 2. Now I'm getting hang of it. Why doesn't... What? Why can't I change... Okay, now I can change camera angle. Why? All of a sudden I can change camera angle. I just decided to press all... Hey, Ernesto! My clothes. I wasn't wearing that much to begin. My secret has been revealed. It's showing off Fun's amazing beauty. Showing off Fun's curves. Now it's hidden again. As it should be. You have the tummy already. Are you not satisfied? Oh, I mean, I was probably not going to win that race anyway, but that did not happen. I guess that worked. Yeah, I'm not doing that one if this guy just passes through by me. He just randomly presses button. I mean, I paused it, but then just press continue. Okay, that was better, I think. Okay, now it goes one, two, three. Oh, no. I say it goes... Yeah, that was definitely my sparks. And I was reset like minutes back, 50 minutes back. And I don't know what the scale of this world is. Probably it's 20 minutes back, but still. I'm exaggerating a bit. Press is back. No more tummy for you. I was doing well and then I crashed. Commented on how well I was doing and I crashed. Nice. Okay, not nice, but... it didn't get me that much closer to the leader. Wow, I got like 300 meters closer. That was a surprise. Wish I could... already across the finish line there. And I changed camera angle again. Why is it doing that? Now, if like... could get that like that 300 meters closer while I'm 200 meters away, that would be nice. But... okay, I actually got a good start now. Like now I'm like 100 meters away. Oh, saw the spark from... oh look, there's a leader. See the leader for once. I haven't seen the leader in probably an hour. I don't know how long I've been working on this stage. I call them tracks. This track. This layout. Get your comment. There's a leader. I'm really close now. Now low speed. Punch Racing Super Pawn. Guys, just look at this. Car's just speeding away. New lap record. Actually managed to get first in the first lap. I'm actually amazed that I managed to do that. Okay. Don't bump me. As long as I keep first position here. Well, here we go. Not like I'm trying to block the computer from passing, but I'm trying to stay in the path that the computer might want to take, and therefore the computer needs to take the less optimal route to pass me and allow me to stay in the lead. Okay, I need to keep the lead for the final part of the lap, which is just not much left now on the lap. Just up the mountain here and then there's the finish line. I'm leading with like 100 meters at the moment, 150. And the finish line is up right here. There it is. Whoa, winner! Ooh. I did it. I finally did it. I got the fastest. Yeah, I kind of have to get the fastest lap, the race time to even beat the computer in this game. Time to save. I'll create a save state as well. There we go. Done, 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 done. Only this one. I did not get a new car. So either I get this after winning 1 or 2 tracks. Otherwise, if it requires me to win all 3 tracks, I'm never going to use it. the amount of tracks you have to win on before you unlock the cars. Kind of random. Alright, let's see how this goes then. 3 tracks remaining. The purple car is not doing that crazy things it was doing yesterday. Every time we started the race. I kind of appreciate because it was kind of getting in the way. Okay, third place. I do like that. Wait, third place? Shouldn't that be fourth place? Across the purple and the red car. 6 minus 2 is not... I'll take it, but... Oh, there is like... Where was one of the cars? Probably missed that plastic part. At least everyone is close together, and then the car almost flipped over and I'm in last, but everything's so grouped together. So can still make it. Is slippy. Okay. All four cars are grouped together. Kind of tricky to pass everyone though. Let's go. Starting to doubt my own mass while I'm racing. 6 minus 2 is not 3, is it? Okay, I need to stop going up on the sides of the track. I barely have any grip there and... Okay, I'm back. Hello, Red. You missed that I won the track. I finally won this on that track. Yeah, and then there's this big part. No! My clothes. Is that your... Welcome back, Red. Yes, Church. Welcome back, throw soft clothes. Welcome back, Red. What do you wanna leak? No, going the wrong way. I wonder if we can increase the acceleration more. I also need to take left where the track splits, but that seems to be a better option. There's this back, good. It is quite the welcome gesture. Whoops. Just throw off throwing off your dress. Let's try that. Sports for time. Yes, it's very appropriate. It's snowy level. Okay, so it's the blue one that kind of gets stuck there. I kind of missed that I pass. It's not the purple one having issue this time, it's the blue one. Fun. Fair enough. One less car to carry by. Now everyone's not. Definitely sleeping. It's this part that tricks me. Because I see the track going off to the right there, but that's not the track because it's closed off. So I have been thinking, I might have said this before. I don't know if I said it before. So for the 3D model, so I'm making every outfit, but then when the outfit switches out for another outfit, I want the previous outfit to fall like being so the switching of outfit is going to be magic, and so with the new outfit is just instantly going to be put on Fun, but the previous outfit is going to fall off behind her. The engine for the 3D models does support like objects just falling. That's no problem. But then I was thinking that if you're switching from an outfit where she was wearing underwear to an outfit where she's no longer wearing underwear, for example from the dress to the swimsuit, alongside the outfit falling off, her underwear will also fall off. You should have a dirt the laundry basket with the outfits in. I don't know how you would do it. That would have like physics and stuff. I don't bother about that. It should just be a basic animation of just playing the animation of it falling. Pre-baked animation. I can manage that. I just need to. It just basically needs to create your, like, in theory, upon your problematically cute. What's the problem? Programmatically cute. Let's go with that. Oh no. Okay, the purple car is doing this thing again. Okay. Look at the speed they accelerate that. I wish I had that speed. But yeah, basically just create an object and have it play the animation, and after the animation is over, it deletes the object. Up here, I should turn in there. That. Adds. At least the two chapters are not affected by it, but which is still not letting me know when that starts. Still annoys me. With the new computer, with the new like 2 monitor setup, I'm going to have, so I can see when ads are starting, so I can plan more around it. There we go. Best than that, I'm not. Well, I have. I think first time I tried this track, I got best start. But yeah, I forgot turning left here. Oh, after all, I want to make the stream includes whatever the people like. The problem is that you're distracting drivers. It's throwing off my clothes while driving. That's more distracting to me. I'm just sitting there driving in my outfits and poof, clothes gone, just my underwear. While there's a camera looking at me while I'm sitting there driving. Busy holding the steering wheel so I can't cover myself. Anyway. That's the I guess what I like is to achieve a stretch. A bit too naughty. I guess I need a private stream on Discord where bonus outfits are available. Someone's into that idea, I see. New lap record. Can it give me a first place? It's over. No one knows what I talked about unless they look back in the VOD. And still forgetting to turn left. PPPS private pon streams? Yes. This time, the purple car decided not to crash or doing that weird turning. I need to remember to turn left up here. Keep forgetting about it. Red getting very flashy. Red turning red. Oh no, I bumped a tree. Okay, the leader is not too far away. Let's see if I can catch up. If I can catch up. But the track should... Wait, where's the track speed thing again? This narrow segment. Yeah, I'm catching up to the leader slowly. Not if I do that. Yeah, now the driver leader's moving away. But the split segment is right before the finish line. Yeah, here it is. Keep doing that when I try to. New lap record. And then left. The leader is about the same distance from me all the time. Oh, there! I see the leader, which is a red car this time, not a blue. A green mountain. How does that mountain stay so green? There we go. Bit of a trouble catching up with the leader, but I'm not falling that far behind at least. Like the leader is starting back here. Wrong way. I don't think so. Oh, the leader crashed. This is my opportunity. Still a whole lap left, but still. Then I crashed. I'm trying the track. Yeah, I find it quite interesting how little invisible walls are in this game. Like, I didn't actually think that you could drive on the edges of the track like that. Because even getting up there is very hard. Nice hair time. Well, thank you. Too bad I lost the first place. But at least have the leader in my view. At least this track is... Yeah, I would say the first track of Norway is easier than the first track of Monaco. And considering the Monaco track had the blue car as the leader, and I don't think the blue car is part of this race, and the blue car is the final car you unlock. I think Monaco is meant as a final track you play. And I think I unlocked Monaco last. I kinda did the tracks in the wrong order again. Oh yeah, the computer crashed again. Whoa. But then I crashed, so... Yeah, the red car didn't even win or come second. That was an unfortunate crash in the end. I won, yay! And I got the fastest lap time and the fastest race time. Okay, let's do save state. I do not do save states coming, or whatever you call it. Oh, I do unlock it now. Let's try that then. Where you use save states to go back. I only use save state as a form of backup. Hello, Miriam. It's been a while. Have you become a drift driver? I'm not trying to drift in this game. I'll try that. Probably have to use that more to your left. What a car. Yeah. We definitely have to increase the top speed, reduce the acceleration just a bit. Not by much. Look at those textures. Yeah, today my first stream on Twitch went terribly. Oh no. Something that didn't sound like me. Well, sometimes things don't go as you want things to go. I have had bad streams of my own. I need to change this. I think that was 100 steps. It is very fine tuning. I was playing the Human Heart of some LGBT furry king. I'm not sure what human comes into there, but I haven't heard about it. Everyone has cracked. Go car, go, go, go. Yeah, I think my worst, some of my bad streams, I think one of them was the last Crash Bash stream I did when I played the same level for 3 hours until I ended the stream. That was the worst. that was one of the worst streams. No progress in the game. Worst. Another was when I wanted to play Iron Fish, spent like an hour trying to just fix the controls because the game in... Because the game, like... Pon rent time. The bunny idle puns routine. What's a bunny idle puns routine? Pon rent time. Back in the day, when you control the camera on PlayStation 1, if I'm confused, yeah, when you press to the left, the camera moved to the left and looked more to the right. And when you press right, the camera moved to the right, looking more to the left. I understand that not everyone agrees that this is how the camera should work. But that is how I envision the camera to work in third person. Not first person, but third person. And that's how a lot of game works. Like, that's the normal setting for how a camera works in... For example, in Legend of Spyro, the right stick used to rotate the camera, I think it is. And it allows you to invert the camera controls. But the normal controls is just how I describe them. And I do agree that you should have the option to invert camera controls. But at some point in the later... somewhere between PlayStation 2 and like PlayStation 4, it became standard to invert the camera controls. Maybe due to the popularity of first-person shooter on consoles. Using the twin stick layout setup, where too amazing. So now when you press left, the camera goes to the right and looks more towards left. I can understand why people want that, and I'm obviously not going to tell you how you should have the controls, but that's not how I want the controls. But somehow that become the normal controls instead. And the silly thing that like that Spyro Reignite is using it. So the normal camera controls is the inverted normal camera controls of Legend of Spyro is the inverted camera controls of Spyro Reignited. And but there are still too many games where you can't even change the camera inverted camera settings. For example, Iron Fish, which I need a new computer so I can play it properly. And I'm probably start the whole thing over if I do have a new computer. That game do allow you to invert the camera up and down, but not left and right. And I find that to be so strange. Why would you only want to invert up and down and not left and right? Why not have setting to invert both, like in Spyro? Just how I prefer that the camera moves to the left when I press left to see more to the right. I want the camera to move up when I press up to see more down. That's just how I prefer the camera to behave. Because the thing is that in a third person view, I'm kind of moving the camera around a fixed point, but that the camera is looking at a fixed point. Sorry, I'm ignoring all the comments, but I'm going through my rant. The camera is looking at a fixed point, and I'm moving the camera with the stick. That's how I envision it. But in a first person, when I press left, I want to look more to the left. But in this case, the camera isn't looking at a fixed point. instead the camera is rotating on a fixed point. So the camera's rotation behaves differently, and I want it to behave differently. This is again a problem in Spyro Reignited, because it's when you set the camera controls to inverted, the first person view also gets inverted. So I have to set it to disable the inverted camera controls when it goes to the first person view in that game. And then when exiting the first person view, I have to set inverted controls again. And the problem is that in Spyro, you can, if you want to go into like look around view, that's the first person view. And it changes how the camera looks around. And yeah, it's just annoying. It's annoying. And no, I don't think any games allow me to set the controls as I want it. So anyway, let's see what you wrote about. Oh, yeah, I don't, yeah, I mean, that message is not going allowed to. Anyway, sorry. Let me go back to your messages here. It's been 5 minutes. 25 people entered all at once and began to offend all the other participants in the stream with whom our community called me. Oh, you mean, yeah, you got raided by a lot of annoying people. They said the worst to me as was the other, the worst for my toxic. I'm glad that I haven't had such people, but it might happen at some point. I hope you ban them. If you have the very community. I wish there was still a confirmation of banning. But I think the best thing is just to like scroll up the chat one step so it doesn't move and then just ban everyone. It's still annoying to ban 25 people, but yeah. Did you have any moderators in? They told me such nasty thing there. Yeah. Yeah, and it's terrible that people act like that. And it's kind of surprising that people still like act like that on Twitch, considering how open accepting Twitch as a platform is, and how many streamers are so open to LGBT. It's so common, but that those people manage to stick around like that. They aren't. They're just out to trigger people. And then your comment, you gave examples. Like, I can read it for you if you want. But, like, if you want. I cannot approve of it because of all the things you wrote in it. I don't want those things to be approved. I don't even have the option to approve it for some reason. I'm not going to, but or is it because it's too old? Yeah, maybe it's because it's over 5 minutes now, and I can no longer approve it. Because obviously I don't want anyone else to write those things. This is only 1% of what it told. Oscar says, yes, game got a lot of criticism for having camera. But, yeah, I do have, although I guess all my moderators are actually not on stream as well, so I guess. Yeah, I don't have any moderators, but yeah, at that point, like, as soon as someone is out to insult, that's directly against the rules, and that's an immediate ban. It's just no. If it's like misunderstood, like, I'm trying to think of something. If it's just a disagreement of opinion, that's fine, obviously. But if they is insulting, that's not okay. That's an immediate ban, I know I've been bad at banning people. But at least some things are not. Yeah, at that point it's just pause the game, ban the people, their message should be deleted, and still annoying, still. I'm sorry if I'm not reacting the correct way. I'm not great with emotions and stuff like that. Yeah. Plus, if I guess it also if some people, of course, you only said that was just a small part of what everyone said. I have not experienced that myself. If people were to come in and say rude things like that, I've already heard a lot of rude, not directed at me, so maybe it would be different if it was directed at me. I mean, I've already heard like, this account only follows men, something like that, and followed me. Like, yeah, I reported it, banned that account immediately, and that account was deleted off Twitch because it's just an account that's out there to harass. And then I did got a follow by this account only follows fanboys, and that was more humorous than insulting. They might have intended it's an insult, but I don't know. Probably because I like fanboys. But yeah, it's unfortunate, and I really hope you did manage to ban everyone. And Twitch do try to combat using alternative accounts and stuff like that, so and I do hope you have like, I understand that auto modding isn't always can get in the way sometimes, but at least set it to the least strict mode. In that case it should at least cover, like it did for me. I've set it to the least strict. I think it's one of those categories that it flagged that should be the least strict. I set it to the most strict for when it comes to misogyny. But I don't think it has flagged any of that. Having it as the most strict has been fine. I guess there's some tips. Things so terribly. But anyway, let's continue here. Like Janet, our school's third year's game got a lot of criticism for having camera inverted. Really depends on what you mean by inverted. What's inverted has been different throughout the years, which I just explained. Because what is normal and what is inverted? People call flight controls when you push the stick forward to dive, calling that inverted, but that is normal pilot controls. That's just how pilot controls work. And that was the normal controls, and like that was the default controls in Crash 3 on PlayStation 1, as well as Spyro in PlayStation 1. Spyro Reignited kept these controls and does not allow you to invert them, which I do think is bad. Crash Trilogy, however, made the inverted controls, that is not pilot controls, the normal controls, and had the pilot controls inverted. The inverted setting. And it is weird. Well, I'm lying in bed now, see if I got signed up from sleep. Fair enough. Inverted for what it was. What? For what? What? Wait. I don't like. when it comes to camera controls or controls in general, aside from like movement, if you press, because that's a thing people have comment on, like, oh, you want the plane to go down when you press up, so you want to go left when you press right. No, that's a complete misunderstanding. That's not how it works. That's kind of a comment that's just trying to not trying to understand at all. That's I don't know what there's probably a term for that kind of comment. But yeah, person's stick forward is to meant to replicate pushing the stick forward. Can that stop happening in an actual airplane? And when you push the stick forward, you're leaning yourself forward, and you're dying. And when people play Spyro, I try one of the examples I do is like, imagine if Spyro is placed like in his flying pose, preferably, is laying on top of the stick on the controller. If you press the stick forward, his nose dips down, he's going to die. That's how the controls work. That's why the controls are like that. I do still think they should have the option to invert the controls, but there is a reason why the controls are like they are. Why they have been like that all this time. And any company that tries to invert this, like the Crash developer, what was they called again? Vicarious. Yeah. When they try to invert the controls and calling what is not normal, it's just causing confusion. But to be fair, a lot of people call it the inverted pilot controls normal. So maybe we should just call it pilot controls, and I don't know what you would call it on Japan. Inverted controls is such a trivial option and mechanic to make it should really be an option. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, it's such a trivial thing that I honestly don't care. To make options so people can choose them. Yeah, it's such. Yes, flight controllers should have up, down, invert option. As long as you can invert it, it doesn't really matter which is the default. I do still think the pilot control should be the default, but as long as you can invert it, it's fine. And then camera control should also have the option to be inverted. I do want first person and third person to have separate controls for inversion. I don't want them to be tied to the same invert, because because it yeah. Because if the camera is looking, I'll explain this. If the camera is looking at a point and I press down, I want the camera to move down, but still looking at the point. If the camera is instead rotating on a fixed point, on the point on itself, if I press down, the camera should look down. That's my idea. I wonder, there's probably some game that allows you to set first person, third person invert control separately. And I think when I mentioned I am fish, the And obviously, Miriam had a much worse stream than I had, by the way. Much worse. I have never had a stream that bad. Might be gone already. Uh, are still making a noise. I'd argue it should be a separate option to make them yeah. The more you can make them separate, the better it is. The more option you have. But I understand it should maybe shouldn't be too much options. There's no point of having like what should the camera controls be for every character? Now it can be simple controls for every character. But if it's like first person or third person, at least that can be separate. Yeah, so you're going to say Iron Fish. As far as I know, it did not have any camera controls settings, and people said that they really needs to be an option to invert it. And then they added the Y-axis inversion, but not X-axis. They only added one of them. You also have a second mode where you kind of use the sticks for each fin to swim or something like that. I don't remember. Or it's like, no wait, I think it's more like you press some buttons to move and then you aim with the anyway, point is in this mode they are also doing their normal controls is you press up to tilt the fish up, which is like the opposite of where the fish would tilt if you place the fish on top of the stick. And there is no option to invert this. And people are asked to have an option to invert this too, but they never added that to the feature. And someone suggested I should play Iron Fish on console, which is also available for console. At least it would run smoothly. But I wouldn't be able to handle controls. At least if I play it on PC using Steam, I can change the controls, which is a great feature on Steam. I can go in and invert the controls. I can choose to invert each axis if I want to, which is great. So I can get the desired controls. But when you go to, before you go in and edit the controls, you have some quick settings for the controls. And one of the quick edits is to invert the Y-axis on the right stick, which is, I guess, a nice feature. But again, just the Y-axis. Why not the X-axis? Why is that not an option to quick invert? Why do I have to go into the settings and invert it? This, and why did right? I mean, it's so weird. I assume it's for camera controls, but again, just the Y-axis. So many weird decisions companies make over time. I'm not going to win this race. Too far from the leading car at least. Compared to Monaco where I was like 800 meters. 8 hectometers away. Now it's just 2 swing. When I was young and played this game, I didn't see the comma, the decimal point. This is the decimal mark there, as a decimal mark. because it's a period. That's not the format used in Sweden. That was reading as 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. That's not exactly what it means. And strays. It's a pretty strays, I guess. Whoa. Restart. Can I? Maybe I can. There we go. One more try. Mouse acceleration is another weird thing. It's calling it mouse acceleration, I think, is a misnomer. But as I was going to say, even though you can every other language in the list of languages for this game, German, French, Spanish, and Italian, are using comma as the decimal mark. But switching to those languages does not change this. Failing localization. There's a lot of games that fails localization. Localization is, when it comes to daytime number and more formats like that, that's something games are so terrible at. This game can't even write kilometers per hour correctly. Yeah, it's mouse acceleration, which is a misnomer. At least the function of Windows is not mouse acceleration. It is when you move the mouse slowly, it's converted to a slow speed. But if you move the mouse quickly, it's converted to a quick speed. It is not accelerating. It's just that it's instead of your movement is linearly, instead of so if you want to do precise movement, you do move this mouse slow. But if you want quickly to move over something, you do a quick motion, and the mouse will move further over the same distance compared to if you move slowly. I don't know what you would call it, or I don't. It's not like a better name than mouse acceleration, but I think that's it's not like as you move the mouse it starts accelerating. That's not what it's doing. And my problem with it is that it does not move the mouse by distance. Yeah, I mean, if you don't like it, you can disable it. I mean, I like it because I like the idea of being able to move the mouse a little and have it do precise movement, and I can move it fast and have a quick far movements without having to move the mouse far. But that's the great thing about having the option. We both have the option to choose what we prefer. And games should just read the input value from Windows, I guess. Not always. What do you mean by not always? I mean, you don't. I mean, I guess you could. Okay, to be fair, yes, I guess. To be fair, you could argue that you want to have what should it even be called? Mouse precision. Was it? Let me check. What is it called in Swedish? There we go. It's called improve the pointer precision. That seems to be much better term, because that's what it's doing. It's that's like what is the point is of it. When you move it slowly, you get more precision. Pointer precision. But yeah, I can understand having that option enabled for when you just use it as a pointer. But if you, for example, using it for a first-person shooter and using it for aiming, that you don't want to have it. That's a good point, though. We call mouse acceleration in English. But I think I've heard someone tell me that they don't like mouse acceleration because they don't want to have the mouse. They try to explain how they don't want the mouse to go slow and then go quicker as they are moving the same speed of the mouse or something. I don't know exactly remember how to explain it, but that's not what mouse acceleration is. Well, I mean, at least it's not what Windows has. If some game is reading the raw data from the mouse and kind of implements its own for mouse acceleration, I can understand the issue with that. Oops. Go. Go. Yes, I'm in the lead. But if you never want that function, you should be able to completely disable it in Windows. But I can understand if games are but are games even reading the... This is an interesting point. Also, I have big enough mouse hair that it does not help me at all. I mean... So, I mean, if you... Okay. So, well... Oh, and then computer crashed. Fair enough. Well, disable it in Windows mouse settings. And then... games that just simply read Windows mouse position for its position should therefore reflect this. But if some games read the raw data from the mouse itself, which I would guess some games do, it should not be affected by this setting. And if they have some form of touch mode, it's built into the game itself. And in that case, I could agree with you that should be a second flag. But if it's only reading the raw mouse position for Windows, the game can't really have a setting for it anymore. Did I say quite raw? The blue card came and passed me now. Let's see. I honestly don't know where you get the mouse movement data. Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. If you're using Unity, if it reads the Windows game engines, speaking of inputs, has some issues too. But if it reads the Windows cursor positions and use that as input, in that case just change the Windows settings to fix that issue. And if it does not, then reads the raw information from the mouse, regardless of the Windows setting, of what the actual position of the Windows mouse cursor is. And you still have that function enabled, regardless of what the Windows setting is set to, then Unity has its own built-in function. Or your mouse has such a built-in function, that could also be a possibility. Oh, so close. So close. I'm close to winning this. So, when it comes to input, when it comes to keyboard input, when it comes to like... Okay, I can't say unit for unit. I can't exactly say it's true for Unreal either. But what these engines really should do is read the scan codes of the keyboard keys, not the input, not like the letters. For what that, yeah, because for example, that was the thing I tested. I set my, I have the keyboard set to Swedish because that's just convenient to have Swedish. I can, yeah. Which is the same layout as the Finnish layout, but it's possible that you don't use the Finnish layout if you're programming. Even though I have no problem programming using the layout. Anyway, if I press the Swedish letters, they show up as Swedish letters in the game in Spyro, which is using the Unreal. And then when I switch to the Danish layout, which is using the Danish letters, whoa! Still, that was terrible. Now I had to clearly start. Like one of the key works, but not the other, and it was reading them off what the actual letter was rather than, yeah, that's not itself. But what it really should do is using the scanning codes, because regardless if you get most keyboards which are QWERTY, or a German or like Central European keyboards that are QWERTY, or if you get a French AZERTY, or even a Turkish F, which I don't know what the letter watch of that is, but it's called a Turkish F because the Q position is the letter F. Regardless of which keyboard you get, the scanning codes are still the same. Scanning codes represent the actual physical position of the key. And what determines what you get when you press a key on your keyboard is which layout you have chosen on your computer. It has nothing to do with your physical keyboard. Unless you're using a special keyboard that might do this, but most keyboards don't. Most keyboards, you press the key, the keyboard tells the computer what scanning code was pressed, and then the computer, using the layout chosen, determines which key what it outputs. Games should use the scanning codes because it should then use, if you want to WASD as your input, it should use these scanning codes for those 4 keys. Then it doesn't matter if the person is using a French AZERTY keyboard, it's still going to work just fine. Because because you have defined the 4 physical positions of keys. And when a player changes the layout, like, not change the layout, when a player changes the key binds in the game, there we go. And then press a key that they want to bind an action to, the game should read the scanning code of the key press and save the scanning code. And to determine which action the player wants to do as the player presses the keyboard, it should only read the scanning codes. Or scan codes, I'm calling scan codes. Scan codes, yes. That's what the game should do. I would say that would be the objectively correct method of doing it. So if someone has a counter argument, I would like to hear it. But I don't see why games shouldn't do that. I mean, unless you're using like a typing game. But that's a special case. If we're talking about most types of games where you WASD for moving the character, using like Q and E for actions and the buttons above there for other actions, F as well. Use scan codes for those. And of course you need to be able to tell the player which key to press on. In that case, which Windows should have support for, then for the given layout chosen, what you ask Windows that what is the symbol for this scan code, and then you tell the player to press on that symbol, and here we go. We should honestly standardize two-part keyboards. I don't know what you mean. But I understand if developers using Unity, Unreal, or other game engines can't do this, because these game engines were not developed with this in mind. For what I've experienced, I have not been able to fully developed in those myself, but testing around, it might be possible, but developers are not using it. But it really should be a standard. The keyboards, there being a lot of different keyboard layouts is fine itself. It's just that when it comes to games, they should rely on scan codes most of the time, with few exceptions. Have from A to G as left portion of the keyboard and H as the right. A numpad somewhere like left side of the left. I'm not sure what but now. And have the different portion as why you confused me now. A keyboard comes in 3 parts. A keyboard layout comes in 3, like there's 3 parts of a keyboard standards, of the current keyboard layout standards. Have the 2 sections as separate as your mouse is from your. Swimsuit! Hello, Potruga. Like the swimsuit? Do you want like a keyboard split in half? I think there are some keyboards like that. Got the keyboard in half, yeah. There are, I've seen at least keyboards that has a split in the middle, and then you can like angle it. But there must certainly be keyboards that are completely split in half. Yeah, I could see it become convenient to just not have the right half of the keyboard. And as you said, yeah, have the number pad to the left of the WSD. And then so you don't have a large keyboard between your left hand and mouse hands. Oh, come on. What's so close to winning the race? Still close. Probably won't win. Only if the car crash. Now the finish is like, oh, I was so close to winning, but no. Race over. Restart. Oh. When I am playing, I could take the right side to somewhere else, so it's not mouse. Yeah, and when I need the right, then I can put the right side when I'm mousing. Yeah, so you like split it off, move it away when you're gaming, and then when you're done gaming, you can put it back. But you can still like keep it on the right side of the mouse, so in case you need to type, you can move your hand from the mouse to the right of the mouse where you have the rest of the keyboard and type. It's something to get used to, I guess, but it will be more convenient to game. I can see that. That would be nice as an option. That's a nice keyboard. Pretty much, yeah. And then you just switch position of the right half and mouse when you're using computer outside of game. Or like half your idea where you have the number pad to the left side of the keyboard instead of the right side. That so you still have the full keyboard, but the distance from the WSD is closer to the mouse. Not by much, but it's slightly closer. Still not in first place. Oh, ads. Why doesn't it tell me about the ads? And also writing, since your writing posture would not be as in turn as it's with now standard keyboard. Yeah, that's the idea with the split, that you can just angle. It's still attached to the top, which would be where the two halves are connected to each other. But if they completely separate the, well, they still need a cable between each other somewhere. I just need to catch up with the movie. They could have two completely separate cables with two separate USB ports connecting as two separate keyboards. Because when it comes to Windows, it doesn't matter how many keyboards you plug into it, unless you have a special keyboard. But if you just plug in regular keyboards, the keyboards all act as the same keyboard. Which can be annoying, that because you cannot set different layouts per keyboard. It would be nice to have like, because for what I understood, like programmers want programmer layout. I still, that's a whole topic in itself. For instance, like programming layout, but the way, and then I picked the US layout, which I find to be such a weird layout. To be fair, I mean, it really to me, it really appears as a programmer layout. It's made by a programmer. It is not an everyday keyboard. Like, why would you have a dedicated key for why is semicolon the unshifted key and colon is the shifted key? That's so weird. And then having dedicated keys for the square brackets and curly brackets is definitely made by a developer. Most everyday people would never press on those keys, and it's such a waste of keys for like everyday use. I understand it as a programming layout, but like an everyday layout for just regular typing, the brackets keys and the semicolon key are so underused. And the Swedish keyboard basically puts these 3 Swedish additional letters there. So they are not really taking up much space, because there was free space already. Fun's rant about keyboards are sometimes weird, and implementation of keyboards is always weird. Well, sorry, I need to. Oh, and I see the bot doesn't even reply. Good thing I don't have any ads. Yeah, you have your subscriber. On my board moving numpad, yeah, to the left, it would add 8 centimeters distance between us. Or you could have the main board have USB ports for a second. Yeah. So you have the keyboard split, two separate USB ports. Sockets, that's why it's called USB cables. So they are basically two separate keyboards. Because in Windows does not distinguish separate keyboards from each other anyway. But there you go. And maybe, because it's only half a keyboard that each keyboard has to consider, maybe you can even make the keyboard have faster response rates and stuff. I don't know how. I don't know about keyboard hardware that much. But because it has half the keys, I could see some improvements in like communication between it and the computer. Okay, time to win this race. And then I only have a single race left to do. And I've been going for 4 hours. It didn't much, I think I have like 5 to 6 hours sometime. Talking random stuff, talking about keyboards. Here's a problem with a lot of developers that they develop to make sure it works for their keyboard and then they're happy. They don't consider the vast variety of keyboards. And then people comment like, can't everyone use the same keyboard? No, that's not going to work. You can't really... expect that I'm always crashing at the end. I do fine there in those corners of lap 1 and 2, but then when it goes to third lap, I'm just crashing there, and then the car passes me. And that's how I lost every single race. Not every single race. In fact. Yeah. Move out the way. Pon goes upside down. Ooh. Oh no, I'm on my back and defenseless. What should I do? Take Pon and... Okay, that's what you do. Point. I guess the currently easiest way to make a Pon plush happen would be to have a Kickstarter. So you have like a tier is buy 1 plush for this amount of money, finding a company that is willing to produce. And then you have to decide how many plushes to make, how much it would cost per plush, and that would be the tier cost for the tier for plush making. If you want a plush plus shipping. There we go. Here. Well, now I crashed for a different reason. Get out of the way. Oh. The blue car crashed as well. Okay, now the order of the cars is really weird. Red, red is the usually the first AI. Blue is the second AI. They are still in that order, but the white, which would be the third AI, is in first now. Is the first AI. Doesn't really matter much, but I think that was the order. I could be wrong. It wouldn't matter in like a championship. It would benefit me. But yeah, that's basic. That was basically my idea for how to. Oh no! This car gets such a lift off for just touching a bit of snow. For finance, that's the word I was looking for. Finance the pom-pom plush making. I wonder what company could make a pom-pom plushie like that. It should look good. I mean, it's still a plushie, so it's not going to be like perfect, but it should still look good. Be of high quality enough to last for a while. For a long while. And also come with the outfits, so you can change your clothes. Which is the most important feature with a pom-pom plushie. Because that's like the feature of my sleeve. And also the plushie should be big. Like 140 centimeters tall, I think would be a nice huggable height. So now I'm starting to get a nice lead over second car. Oh, dress is back. Oh! That was a nice flip. Landed back on the wheel. Thought I was going to lose the race there, but that was a nice uncontrolled recovery. It's snowing inside the tunnel. They tried to make it not snow on the inside. It's not perfect, but well, too quick. Oh, too quick there. Oh, the blue car's in now. I went off there too. Whoa, the quick blue car is quick. Oh. Yeah. Oh no, I got a bit of lift up there too. It's gonna try to rush it to get hit car. I still messed it up. Close to I messed up earlier this time, but I'm still messing it up. Where I can reach the win the race. I thought I was going to win the race that time, but nope. Well. Goodbye. Oh. Oh. Rotating the car. Now the order is mixed up again. Oh, so close to winning. So close to get first place there. When everyone crashed. Cars are sliding all over the place. Oh, someone drove in the snow. Hey, feels like someone's pushing me. Like that. No, what? What's with that snow? I mean, sure, I had quite the speed, but just touching snow and just flying out into space. Something's weird with that snow there. Something's weird with the physics of this game. Imagine driving and then your wheel gets into the snow and then the car just moves up instead of forward. That would be... That would be unfortunate. We're ready for the landing after that. And here comes the turn. Here comes the go. Nice. Did not get caught into lift off the ground. Bumped the fence. There I just finished special forests. What? In the snow. There are just finished special forces in the snow. Oh. Now I see what you wrote. Special forces. Yes. Even though this is Norway. It's supposed to be Norway. Those Finnish forces has invaded Norway. There is at least a Finnish-Norwegian border. Bonk. Third place, this isn't good. I need... Okay, close the bonk. Here we go. I need 150 meters to the next car. Again. Not. Oh, bumped the rock wall. No problem there. So I got down to 50 meters there, but yeah, I kind of messed it up there. A good distance from it. No, no. Oh. Oh. Okay, I actually messed that up. I probably slowed down a bit there. I might not have a chance to win this race. At this point, I might just restart it. Maybe I shouldn't enter like the third lap in the third position. Might not have a chance to win. Okay. Everyone here crash. Well, I guess crashed into me. I got past them. Oh. Here we go. That's better. Second position. That was just silly. Second position, 50 meters to the next car, and then I just got stuck on the side of this now. Spoke too soon. Out of my way. Yeah, second position. Back, back to this again. Time to not drive on the side of the snow one. Whoa. There's the car. Come here, car. I want to pass you. Yes. That was a weird geometry. Come here, car. I'm so close. Come here. Don't be so fast. No. I was going too fast there. As I tried to follow the road, I just felt how I started sliding. And the corners. Go. Nice. Someone's crashed. Here we go. In the lead. New lap record. Nice. I think I've got better at this track now. I'll just keep the lead. I would like to try using these cars on the first races. On the Rome, for example. That should be an unlock after winning all races. Any car on any track. And also being able to have a fourth variant where all the roads are open. You can just drive around and explore. That to be added for a C3 Racing remake. North American release City Racing Hardcore TR. The same locations, but North American. United States more specifically. That'll be quite the remake. Okay, final lap now. Now to drive properly. I have quite a lead, which is nice. You don't have to worry too much. All I see is a sky of white, no road, let's approach the hill. On the side of the hill was just a wooden fence, keeping you from falling off. I'm not going to do much if you go there at high speed. Oh. Well, I mean, I'm being a bit more careful. I was explaining why the car behind has been able to catch up. So no, come on. Try to be careful, but and then still flying off the road and getting stuck. And then careful through these corners. Please look at that. Perfect. There we go. This is finally a win. Whoa. Finally. After many attempts, I did win it. Celebration. What's this lap time? But yeah, considering how many times I had to redo it. There we go. Save states. Continue from here just in case. Oh look, buildings on the coast. Last race. It's still going to be winter when the picture is not in the winter. There's a UK picture in the winter, but that was not winter. That was a Norway picture not in the winter, and it's in the winter and night. In Norway, it should snow all day. Definitely winter. So, and then also pictures during the day, even though it's night. Maybe at least like make the sky black with stars in it to signify the night. You can still have like a bright picture of the scenery as if there's a light photography or something. Just random photos taken unrelated to the track. And I doubt the photos were taken for the game itself. They were stock photos or something. Then next things, the next thing to do in the remake finding what stock photos are and incorporating the stock photo into the track itself. And then taking the picture of the track to use as the picture. Okay. My plans for remake of C3. I should still have the silly physics of the game. Because that's like the charm of the game itself. Yeah, I don't believe I've ever in my life been driving on this track, but surprised how well it goes. I'm only in second place, but still, whoa! Guys, I've never seen that before. Come on, drive! Why are you standing still? It reminds me a bit of Rome. Which I think all 3 Rome tracks were during the night. That's another that's another thing for a remake. You should be able to use custom race and choose night, day, rain, snow. Yeah, let's restart. That was just the warm-up to get in that track. Whoa! Rude tackling there all of a sudden? Whoops, someone crashed and was in the middle of the road like that. Dangerous. And if it's not like a night track like this, cars really need to be reflective and signage should be reflective. Yeah, there's quite a lack of signs. That's what the game's missing. Signs of the side of the shirt. Location accurate signs. Stand a bit more. I'm slowly catching up. There we go, that's correct. Oh, so signs leading to sexy barn are definitely missing. There's a redeem TC sexy barn. For 30 seconds. Spending all your points on that one. Ah, forgot about that. I wonder what is quicker, really. Go full speed into the wall and then speed away, or slow down and then see more aspects to the game. I guess the game needs to be more punishing if you hit a wall or go off the track. So it rewards you to follow the track and slow down, I guess. Thanks. Oh, come on. Come on. I still need to catch up in the league. Still not fully aware of the track. How it works. Like at some point here, yeah, there's the waterfall. Don't see these curves. You should barely see. Then comes a sharp corner. More waterfalls. Quite a long track. Like that, narrow passage. And going through that tunnel and then that corner. Oh, I'm caught up like halfway, but and then there was that corner. Okay, I'm starting to get more used to the track, but I still have still not fully used to it. Oh, okay, that was just rude. Warning signs for sexy bunny. That was car was just going along the edge and crashed all the way. We saw the sparks flying. Oh, whoa. Then this is a sharp corner. And also the it's a final race of the game. It's quite a long race. I guess the next challenge is to beat every best time. That's not really a challenge, yes, right now. Don't need to do it. Doing this a bit more carefully. You still bumped the side. I was going so slow. My clothes. What did you do of my dress? Not getting distracted. My dress just evaporated right here as I'm sitting here. Oh no. Ah, good. The chest is back. No more worries. Going down like 50 and still it's like, I mean, in real life I guess it's fast still, but I do wonder, could I be able to do that 450 in real life? Using these tires, which these cars should be using. Oh no! Car not past me. Oh no, I bumped the wall and lost off speed. Come on, car. What do you think you are? Leading the whole first lap and then you just come here and toss me like this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened? All of a sudden it just did some random inputs again. It's even not even touching the D-pad. I'm going to lose the race due to that again. I have no idea what's doing that. First I thought that was because I resting my thumb over the face buttons that I accidentally pressed one of the buttons. But no, I wasn't even close to it because you pressed the D-pad to change the lights. Oh, car is driving on the side of the mountain. I wasn't even not even touching the D-pad. I'm using the stick to turn. No idea why that one was starting to freak out. There we go. Oops. Not perfect pass, but I lost it. Ah. Now we can go. Yeah, they were better. That was better. Yeah, let me try this time. Going to go past like that, a little bit of bumping. One was okay with some bumping. Whoop. Cars very close behind. Car is still very close behind. Still a bit scary. Nope. Bouncing between the flip sides. Oh, bumped to the side. Bumped the side and Oops. This part of the track I'm a bit unsure about. I just go. That's like, what comes next? Nothing. It's just the finish line. There we go. Winner! Every track has been won. Woo! Pon has completed the game. What's the celebration? Do you think there's a celebration? Yes, there is a celebration. A very celebratory celebration. Tiny pixelated. Cheers. I never saw anyone's. Congratulations, player 1 arcade mode complete. Whoa! Did I unlock anything from that? Or is it just arcade mode complete? I think that would be. I mean, sure, I didn't complete the championship mode, but I don't think I have. Pun. Pun. I like these first tracks that have not got the fastest times on. Because I didn't have the pun. Yeah, probably not. No, yeah. But anyway, check mark everywhere. Whoa. Yeah, nothing special here. Anyway, that's that. Game has been 100% complete. Because the championship mode is basically the same thing. I would say championship mode is I don't know if you can restart a race in championship mode, because that would make it easier. Because all you have to do is get the most points. Oh, demo mode. But yeah. Oh, yeah, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. So how about we go and visit someone else who's streaming? We can get the stream back. By the way, because it's the end of the stream now, so I know someone we can raid, because someone is having a debut. Someone you might I don't know if anyone you recognize. Let's see if I can raid, because we'll see how the raid works. I don't think this command works though. Yeah, it does work. Not sure why the other one didn't work. Maybe I made a typo. Anyway, Luna Emery, I don't know how to say it, is the new name for Eira BT. She has a new model and a completely new rebrand of the whole channel. So let's go over and celebrate the new debut. Good night, fun. I was having, yeah, I guess you could say good night. I'm not sure if I'm going to go to bed. I should go and eat something and stuff. And hang out in the chat. Looking at the features. If you like fun features, you might enjoy these features. We'll see. Anyway, I don't have much more to add, so let's move over.